Good gray array, liaised mind may be named. Be nature, your creature would create, and aim, and ache, and ace, to ape, imagination ape. You're an imagination ape. I am an imagination ape. Let's make the goat escape. Imagination ape. Radio science brain. We have the neck, the nape, imagination. Semblance of a science come, like a science mind's resonant, remind mind as one. Holy foam, holy fountain, whole Ope. On. I'm having an episode of the Mr. font. I think it's time. Well, the time is coming. The time is accruing, the proximity. In time and space, what is proximity to time and place? What's the difference between the time and space and the time and the place? The time and the place as separate things, and the time and place as an intersection, a specific time and place in space and time, or something. Because do you find that once an actual time and place is identified where something might open, a conversation that can bring salvation, or at least answers, that is where accountability meets with denial, attack, and a reversal of the victim and offender. Deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. Deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. And just remain conscious, especially when facing the falsehood, or wondering if a strange feeling of growing embarrassment or vibrating discomfort, if your array feels distemper about, you may be encountering Darvo, or encountering the falsehood. And there, be nature be named. What up? Radio science, framed imagination aim, might be safe, might be play, not game, not prey to predator today, but game to play. Play is the name, radio science brain. Mind may be rain from all brains to all brains, morphic resonant frame across time and place plane. It is the mindness. Gain illumination. Remain. Darvo, Scoop Troop. Darvo. Darvo, Scoop Troop. Beware. Beware, it's waxing against waxing. It is wane. It is collapse faxing. And be aware it may come. Be aware it may come to mind as tactic, and yet truth is always the best serum. Good gracious. And the news, of course, remains that M and the falsehood and Madge are holding against the new Colossus. Donald Trump said he did nothing wrong, and then he sang of allegiance against this country by speaking the Pledge of Allegiance against us over January 6th co-conspirators and violent traitors and convicts of that seditious attack, singing our national anthem as a statement of allegiance against this country. You don't obstruct democracy with the intent of just remaining in power, as Steve Bannon clearly professed and confessed before January 6th, 2021. The mens rea was there since 2016. He told us how he would do it. He said, I won't tell you now. I'll tell you at the time. He said, I'll tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense. I'll keep you in suspense. I'll keep you in suspense. Somewhat like a person who has gone past a 12-minute limit into some frame we know not of. What was that countdown about? I think that countdown was about focusing towards a song. And I think it's time for the second countdown. Be nature, be named. Radio, science, brain. I'm spending the scient frames, imagination's reign. Part of it, anyways, against waxing that makes wane its own name. Reverse uno against entropy's relay. This is a craven array, making a craving wave, hopefully not in vain this day. We actually know love's no lie. We actually know that scarcity is only at scarcity's height. In fact, it's not a skyscraper, it's just a high shaper, but we're height. It's a high shaper, but we can leap any blight. We are imagination aim. We are imagination aim. This is the mindness against maiming, imagination aiming. This is the mindness maiming no one. This is leave no mind behind. We are all the sun. All photon spray from a dot to a sphere through all atmospheres and arrays and dark matter, space, anti-spaces, mental places, heterotopias, and active aces. You are one active ace in ubiquitous array there, in one perfect time and place. Yet we are liaised, although in just one corpus we are also ubiquitous, because we're linked, and thus this is scient main bus. This is an omnibus. This is mind, trust, this kindness. It is find us, find this. It is find, must, find thus. This is the mindus main, imagination aim, imagination aim, imagination aim, imagination aim, imagination aim, imagination aim, imagination aim. Radio, science, brain, radio, science, brain, radio, science, brain. Come, be one. Come, be one. New under the sun. Come, be one. Come, be one. Come, be one. New under the sun, we are a kindness. Come, be one. New under the sun, we are a kindness. Come, your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Please be one. New under the sun. Come, be one. New under the sun, we are a kindness. We are a kindness. Come. We are a kindness. Come, 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 we are a kindness. Come. Be one. New. Under the sun. Come. Be one. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. It is as though you've always had some. You have every symptom. You are a kindness. Please be one. Under the sun, we are a kindness. Come, we are a kindness. Come, we are a kindness. Please be one. 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 We are a kindness. Come, we are a kindness. Come, we are a kindness. My kindness is where my kindness comes from. Mom, we are a kindness. Come, we are a kindness. Come. Mom, we are a kindness. Mom, we're under the sun. We are a kindness. Come, we are a kindness. Come, we are a kindness. Come, are a kindness come. We are a kindness. You please remember you are one human. Yes, please remember you are one human. Oh, with every symptom you came from mom. Be one. You came from mom. Become one, become you came from mom. You are a kindness come. You are a kindness from mom. You're a kindness from mom. Become with us. Become with us. Become, be born, be warm and song with us. Become, became, be song against wrong with us. Come, be song, song for all. Come, be one. Come, be one. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. your kindness comes from. Your kindness is where 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 your kindness comes from. It is as though you have some from all become like you were always calm. Somewhere fostering calling all come. Be one new under the sun. We are a kindness come. Be one new under the sun. We are a kindness come. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. It is as though you possess every symptom. You are a kindness come. You are kindness. Please be one. You are a kindness, please. Be one. You are a kindness, please. Be one. You are a kindness, please. will return. Will return. Our will can return. Will return. Will return. Sometimes with the additional availability with executive function, it can be overwhelming to receive data we're ready to receive again. Let's consider, always Scoop Troop, keep that Darvo card handy, ready to slap up on the screen or over your visor. After all, we are our own president, our own personal advisor. What does it mean, anyway, preside? Well, it's to be having the watch over things, to be in charge, to preside over is to watch over things, to be in charge, to have the watch. And demoralized, submitted parties may need to be woke enough to be aware of how much submission has taken place, how much one has given to someone who, if not a confidence artist, has at least shown some capacity to lie. If there's anyone in your life who is showing capacity to use falsehood, it's worth considering that Darvo is going to come up frequently to simply flummox the possibility of the conversation that can repair things or open up what's actually happening and where people are using gaslight and how that can create cycles of not just shame but incredible dysregulation and we can be aware. Indeed, we're being groomed to not be aware. We're being groomed to think with demonization of wokeness. Imagine someone in the public sphere actually having some kind of massive outcry against the mission of Christ. It's very interesting for someone claiming to vaunt something positive in the world, talking about removing diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's as if Sesame Street never made it to South Africa, or at least not to whatever cable or media entity was piping in to the Musk Aqualung. The Musk Aqualung. Who knows? But we have infiltration. We have, sadly, seen infiltration by none other. Yes, that's right. Sadly, siblings. That's right. And it's the new batch, no less. We're batching with the new batch, ready for Project 2025 installation. It's Dante's Kremlins. Good old-fashioned don't get 'em wet. Good old-fashioned don't feed them after midnight. good old-fashioned stripe? Holy cats, Dante. Your inferno is hot midnight. Holy cats. Oop! Put down those utensils, everyone. No more. We don't want Kremlins to multiply. No. No. No Kremlins. I think that's where we are. I think that's what we're seeing. Is an infestation of Nazis, of Kremlins, allegiance with corrupt communist dictatorship for corrupt oligarchic corporate hegemony. It's massive white supremacist patriarchal terrorist crime. And we asked it back. So what can we do? How can we promote safety? How can we promote safety when there is wanton terrorism from an incoming Nazi patriarchal terrorist occupation? Because this gentle cringe, this cringe in the center circle, that gentle cringe is none other than the leader of a hot new boy band called the J6. And the J6, they put out a massive confession, a massive statement of allegiance against the United States. I think we all heard it, or at least a lot of us did. But I wonder how many people recognized that this was a statement of war against the United States by Donald Trump and the instigators and seditious traitors. All of them, not just those who were convicted, but those who participated in that white supremacist, corrupt, patriarchal terrorist attack against our nation. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Stephen Miller. Did these Kremlins think that we would forget? Did these Kremlins think we would let them simply get wet? Do these Kremlins have appetite to handle the truth yet? The point is not, can you handle the truth? It's more really the accuracy of can you, as in, are you functionally able to, or are you capable? And really, are you willing? Are you willing? Are you willing to handle the truth? Because all signs point to no with these Kremlins. They use rupture of fact and multiple versions or alternate fact. It is crime. It is Ku Klux Klan patriarchal terrorist crime. They are criminals. And they have already begun to rupture the very agency and human rights of women. It is well underway. It is an attack on the United States of America. How big a megaphone do you need to scream into? And how concerted and magnificent a plan would need to really reach the whole world? I suppose if you already have a bit of a soapbox, you have a head start, but then one might think you have a responsibility. So how in the world do we get to a place where someone who actually is all egg and almost where is your face, simply pure disgrace? He tried a bloody and clerical coup, and then 6 hours later decided to give up in disgraceless disgrace. I didn't do anything wrong, but this was bad. Go home. You were wonderful people. I love you, but this was a terrible and then certainly very quickly just says he has done nothing wrong. The question does become, does he understand the English language? Has he dissociated and simply begun getting through the meeting? Because, I mean, I'm smelling Darvo. I'm smelling Darvo when the person who called us to a party burns the house down and doesn't want to take any responsibility. Whether you made a mistake or whether your mistake was to burn the house down by intent. There's nothing that would remove not just the shame, but the unmasked bad faith and will against the United States. For someone talking about loyalty, it's not loyalty. For Donald Trump, he wants a murdering Gestapo that will jump exactly as high with the right kind of boots filled with knives. He wants murderers and rapists, and that's why he went through the initiation cycle of publicly hiring rapists. As he projected upon others, so of course has been his plan. To project and normalize the idea and then install that abomination, he is sending us rapists. And he's sending us rapists again. The new batch of Kremlins has a special Vance on the idea that if we come up against it, J.D. Vance will simply be the one who hangs people, not the one who gets hung. He will be a Gestapo right arm to the right arm of Stephen Miller. These are Nazis. They have come here to kill people. They have come here to erase the global majority and devastate the political and social standing of women, to enslave women. They are crime. They are murderers and they are rapists, demonstrably both. 1.2 million people, because he didn't want to cause a panic. But if we had secretly laced a room or had known that a room was infected with some contagion and we just didn't tell Donald Trump that his appointees having a meeting would be walking into a room that was full of something that could kill them, that would be a plan of attack. And on January 28th, 2021, or 2020, on January 28th, 2020, Donald Trump was informed, Mr. Trump, you are going to face the most heavy security threat of your presidency. It's coming from China. It's a COVID strain, and this is it. This is why we had the pandemic team that you destroyed. You need to ramp up because this is the biggest security threat you're going to ever face. And instead of telling us that he knew it was communicated by breath, and we didn't know how dangerous it would be, but it's much more dangerous than the flu and deadly. Instead of telling us that right away, and treating it like New Zealand did so that they saved people's lives, like any responsible leader who has the watch, who has chosen to be the one on the wall. Instead of that, he waited for 6 weeks. I would imagine that it was Donald Trump and the Nazi Stephen Miller, and potentially at Stephen Miller's suggestion, that they removed the pandemic team and then took no action once they were advised something could be coming, and then once the report came in officially on the 28th, by then they had word that this was real, and they didn't scramble a fucking thing. In fact, they told us for at least 6 weeks, it's not a big deal, it's under control. While telling Bob Word eventually, who asked, why are you not doing something? Why are you telling people it's no big deal when you're telling me it's deadly? Why aren't you telling people? Why are you playing it down? Donald Trump says, I didn't want to cause a panic. I think he didn't want to cause a panic yet. And that's a reasonable and very simple read, actually, of the facts as we know them. Donald Trump has stated that he knew. And at this time, Donald Trump, Roger Stone, and Stephen Miller, as well as Kevin Roberts and Ron DeSantis and Marjorie Taylor Greene, numerous people who have committed crimes against humanity and who have participated in insurrection, are seeing absolute impunity because they are forcing and coercing for this to become. And it is crime. And M, the murderer, at Stephen M, marked with the murderer's mark, marked with M for demorder, the murderer. M poses direct threat to human family across the globe and remains at large. If you do see M or any of these people, remember, Scoop Troop, Darvo is likely to be employed, and hoaxes the size of battleships are common. If you see Stephen Miller, be aware he may not be able to control it at this point. He may have lost all control and all sanity. By all accounts, he is without actual executive function and has simply become a bloodthirsty engine of scapegoating for mass murder. Virtually every communication breathes Hitler speak and 180 mirror projection of his vast crimes, pinning the donkey once again and once again painting non-existent unicorn boogie donkeys, the boogeymen of non-existent phantoms, with slurs and bigoted, dog-whistling, shaming tropes. He has worked to kill, along with J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, to target Haitian Americans, to target immigrants, to target the global majority, to target women, to target African Americans, to target reparations for African Americans. This man is a violent Nazi and murderer. And his name That's right. It's M. Who knows what murder grows in the heart of M? The falsehood knows. The falsehood knows. The falsehood knows what mendacity lies in the heart of M. The falsehood knows. And it's time to be woke, New Colossus. Up and at M. Up and at M. And if you see M without the mark, make certain to apply a bit of white paint in the shape of an M. Or maybe a decal. Or maybe give him a nice t-shirt with a bright M. Because if we can't detect where this middling murderer has hidden, the murdering murderer will murdiddly rise. Other lives. He's already killed 1.2 million people with COVID alone. He is a menace to the habitat and human family. And he needs our help. We can no longer enable such craven madmen and rapists. We can no longer allow these sniveling, perverted, Nazi, patriarchal terrorist, underwear inspecting, child genital fondling, Nazi pedophile projectionists to make stupid-ass threats in the street about bloody revolution that won't be bloody if the left retreats. Retreats from life and pursuit of happiness in liberty. This deadly threatscape from Stephen Miller, Kevin Roberts, and the falsehood will not stand because the murderer is known and the clatch connected to Donald Trump is the number one suspect array, as MAGA is simply the political wing of the Ku Klux Klan. We have one suspect group. All of the most germane information at second and third hand sources upon who may actually be if someone has actually donned the cowl for the first time in potentially centuries, if not 50 or 60 years. Someone may have actually summoned and manifested to don the cowl of the falsehood. Did you say the falsehood? Yes, the falsehood, ladies, siblings, and gentlemen. The falsehood. That horror. The pernicious, hateful villain utilizing the Darvo engine to threaten life, human. Good gracious, the audacious, the Caucasus, Caucasian of the falsehood. That's right, Scoop Troop. The falsehood will return in just a moment. But now, remember that the safety Silvertown with the lifesaver tread can give you a firm grip on the highway of life. Don't apprehend the edge of the road. Don't apprehend the cliffs end of your load. Don't apprehend. Did you fall asleep? Are your eyes drifting? Are you at the wheel? Good gracious! Oh, thank goodness. These safety Silvertown tires with the lifesaver tread. Well, they didn't tread on my life tonight. Good gracious. That's right, Scoop Troop. Remember, the lifesaver tread of the safety Silvertown. This stunning product is yours if only you reach out to your local purveyor of this fine feathered product. Is there something there on the horizon? Did something? No, but behind you. But right behind me. Just behind, right here. Do you see what I'm... Is something coming? Is something coming this way? Do I get to know? I mean, I can feel it. I can feel it coming. Why can't I see it? Where is it? Is that? That. Where was that? What is that? What is that? What is that? That's not Burgles. That's where Burgles always shows up. That's where Burgles always shows up. That's where Burgles always shows up. What is this craft? just exactly what is this craft? That doesn't look fun. It looks like something is onto us. What is this? What is this thing? I think we don't need to consent to this. I say we don't consent to this. This looks bad. That looks like the bad ship Manuspread's density. That is our density. That's not our destiny. That is our density. I think we need to say no. I think we're seeing a repeating sequence. I think we're hearing a resonant repetition. We're hearing a programmed display response, programmed to come from us. We hear these things repeated over and over again. That Russia, 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 that it's just coming, that Project 2025 is just coming, that, oh, this actually isn't what it was, this isn't, no, just vote for, no, it's not Project, that's not what it is, and through actual, admitted lying against the will of voters, and election fraud, admitted election fraud, that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump have hoaxed the American voters to vote for them and sent rapists on the bad ship manifest destiny. The bad ship manifest density. The bad ship manifest destiny, otherwise known as Manuspread's density. Look at this attack. And how do we actually, knowing now what this is, now that we have this visual on what's coming actually, I guess my interest is to know what other fonts of mystery or liaison points of omnibus where some sort of intersection of nexi come together as they happen here. Because this cannot be, other than the Statue of Liberty, there's no, it doesn't sound to me, I'm just able to get little bits and pieces, but something's happening here. And it's not the only place this happens besides Liberty. There's no way. Because the vision that I've seen collapse through this space multiple times, there are other people connected to this morphic resonant liaison. It's not only about this space. There's nothing to refute that there's something indeed special, unique about this space. But it's not unique in being a point of liaison, of the imagination of democracy. It's not the only one. And knowing that, it means that there are other places like this where there is amazing purchase, and where simply walking into the space can give some access to a visitor, for a visitor here, or in these other spaces, I would posit, I postulate, I believe. And I imagine that they are maybe multiple in many cities, not just, but maybe there are others of these in Minneapolis. I don't know. This is the only one that I've ever found, other than knowing that the Statue of Liberty is absolutely one, because that's where the vision cracks open, or that's where the nexus happens. I think because we imagine, where else would we imagine the brain of our imagination of democracy to be? But in the cranium, in the cranial cavity of the Statue of Liberty, the goddess of liberty, Libertas, walking forever emancipated and emerging and walking forward out of chains in liberty. Emancipated. Emancipation was what the celebration was about. In 1886, when the statue was dedicated, and I imagine that since the poem was written years prior to raise funds for the pedestal, and since the idea of this gift to America celebrating and congratulating for, America, and in gratitude to Lincoln's work of emancipation and the end of the Civil War, that this was a celebration of the end of enslavement, or at least what was purported to be the total end of enslavement. Of course, it continues for people who are incarcerated and in other forms, but we did, the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. We moved then into a failed Reconstruction and Jim Crow and decline of hope of what could come. But even against resurgent Ku Klux Klan corruption of the United States coming in and trying to separate us from the separation of church and state and applying under God into a Pledge of Allegiance that never needed to say that before. That's one thing to note. This shape, this ship, this Nazi manifest destiny ship flying at us, we should be aware that Ryan Walters in Oklahoma is attacking the First Amendment. And what I mean by that is quite simple. That the First Amendment says, first off, that we will make no establishment of religion. That is exactly what Ryan Walters is trying to do as a part of controlling people. And so we need to say no to Ryan Walters. He is trying to break the First Amendment, to enshrine Christianity over other religions is a crime. And it's a crime against the United States of America. It's also a crime against all religions and the ability to be free of religion or having that foisted upon us. We have freedom to practice religion and freedom from religion. We have freedom of religion here. And that means what Ryan is trying to do is an act of war and an act of Ku Klux Klan indoctrinating crime. Their attempt to institute a brutal caste system where the children they're already sending into detention centers rather than libraries are trained to be prisoners, factory workers, broom makers, or if they have the money and are making it through the prescribed, deeply white supremacist, patriarchal terrorist system of Oklahoma, they maybe will be able to go to college. But what limits are on that and what could be studied? We're looking at The Handmaid's Tale. These are Nazis, and they are doing the damage. The actual damage. They're doing the damage, and they have to be stopped. They are bloodthirsty, corrupt criminals, and they are using their MAGA, Nazi, Ku Klux Klan virtue signals. Their signals of the virtue of their cult leader, the virtue of their Gestapo version of Ku Klux Klan loyalty. They are flashing their allegiance with their white hate, their white fire allegiance to Gestapo terror. With escalating chaos, with every new day, we have to realize that when Donald Trump repeated over and over again about his famous escalator, he was telling us that he is a famous escalator, and a fame escalator, and a famousness escalator. And he does that through escalation. He has now become the infamous, but the escalation is trampolined. It's trampolined. He fetishizes conquest. He fetishizes rape. He fetishizes doing wrong and controlling and coercing and mind-fucking people to make them celebrate or have to last through and smile or be trumped by him. That he is a real card. Pinocchio is a real papyrus card. A real white, reflective Trump card. A joker to the Joker. A Joker card. A Joker reverse Uno. Uno you don't. Uno you don't, I trump you though. I am 10 Rumpelstiltskin in a row. And so, Connect Führer, that's what his card opens up. Raising the invisible, reflective white card connects Führer. And the fury of his Führer is trying to awake a Führer. We are either going to help hold these people accountable and help them find therapy, or they will murder people. Many, many, many more people. And it's not loyalty to one another as Americans to stand by and let people do that kind of damage. So we need to think about how we manifest executive function to help Kevin Roberts not have a violent Patrick Bateman terrorscape expansion and just explode into lynch mobs. Because it's pretty clear that that's the plan. To normalize terror and to violently themselves do it, or to stochastically massage it into being. And Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. And I think we need to look for the helpers in ourselves. That if they ever recognize the hokum that Donald Trump has sprayed upon all reality and find the capacity to confront it, they'll realize it's time to confront every insult and moment that is an escape from expectation of decency with Donald Trump, that we literally will not interact with him or allow him to do anything if he can't jump through the hoops of basic human decency. And if you think that that's ridiculous, I'd say you have entirely submitted your entire life and mind and future to the falsehood. or to his minion, Donald Trump. Some have theorized that Donald Trump may know the identity of the falsehood, and some have even theorized that Donald Trump could be the falsehood. That's a little bit too neat and perfect, but it's not impossible, is it? After all, other than the moments when the falsehood replaces Donald Trump in the middle of a speech and then vanishes and Donald Trump is back, but later we understand that, oh no, he didn't say that. He must have been temporarily replaced again. Again and again, these calling cards of the falsehood having replaced people mid-speech or mid-vacation or mid-term or mid-lie or mid-crime. The calling card of the falsehood is everywhere. And that the falsehood seems to almost target, at times exclusively, Donald Trump shouldn't prejudice us against Donald Trump to think that since he's been caught 3 or 4,000 or more times with devastating criminal premeditated lies. Does that really make it likely that he would actually be the falsehood? That's kind of preposterous. He couldn't be the falsehood. I mean, I couldn't. But I mean, the falsehood, right? For all intents and purposes, it's likely that we're seeing such degradation in AI and some capacities because everything is going into recording everything that everyone says. That through all of our phones and watches and computers and toasters, we are creating a constant symphony, and our ideas and mind strivings are being stolen and prevented from coming by legislation. Because once they know the time and place is desired, the world, the corrupt parties in the world, endeavor to say, no, this is not the time and place for that. And then endeavor to keep the time and place from ever meeting one another again. Ever again. Because in our paradigm, asking for it is a bad thing. That you're asking for is punishment. When one thinks they're looking for the truth or an answer or a solution. And thus Darvo makes cowards of us all. Who is the falsehood? It would really be quite a neat little bow if Donald Trump actually were the falsehood. But in any case, we do have Kremlins, though. And so, who does know what lies in the mind of mendacity? Who knows? Will we ever understand why? The shadow the square shadow grows beneath the Pinocchio's nose, it must just be less is exposed because the nose grows with Pinocchio's chosen flows. But of course, that couldn't be a 5 o'clock shadow that grows in a square below the nose. Who knows? But I notice those shadow grow. That shadow he chose. I think, are those shadows? Are those 5 o'clock shadows or light above me shadows? Is that a cringe I see before me? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Kremlins. Coming this 2025, the new batch. Kremlins. Kremlins. We have Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard. We almost had Matt Gaetz. We might still. Who knows what evil lurks in the anti-hallows, in the holy shit flows of the new batch of Kremlins. Those aren't pillows. Those are cinder blocks. Those aren't shadows. Those aren't pillows. No, thank you. No, thank you. You see, the Ku Klux Klan has been working to kill people for centuries. And the Agenda 47 Project 2025 protocol is a fascist terror escape plan. We need to shut this hate down. We need to tell them no. And obeying in advance is definitely not what we do. We notice things like Donald Trump's attack on Arlington National Cemetery as that, as an attack. We noticed that when Donald Trump first threatened to run, he made the shocking boundary violation and golden infamous escalation of saying that Mexico was sending us rapists, when in fact, all along, since 2016, Project 2025 has been sending us rapists. And indeed, they continue. They are sending us rapists. And they're sending us brown shirts, scapegoating and stochastically terrorizing to murder trans people. We're seeing the threat of ridiculous Nazis like Nancy Mace. And the venom of that Emmett Till murdering resonance, of that Carolyn Bryant Dunham band of murder mens rea. We have to apprehend this for what it is. Marjorie Taylor Greene is trying to normalize creating lynch mobs. It's difficult to say how closely Stephen Miller mentors all of these people, but he is known as M for a reason. That Kremlins indeed Kremlins have infiltrated, and we have to take that seriously. Kremlins have infiltrated with M. And we will not be safe until M and Tom Homan and Donald Trump and Kevin Roberts and J.D. Vance and Marjorie Taylor Greene are being prosecuted and serving time for their crimes against the United States and their crimes against humanity. So remember, Scoop Troop, Darvo is not just about making it through moments where people are in real time working to sow havoc. Darvo is about relaying to oneself at all times the capacity for reason, to be supple and remember we might have had a hoodwinking event. Sometimes maybe those aren't our eyelids that have fallen and given us darkness. Sometimes the wool is pulled over us, or a hood is draped over us as we sit on the side of the road, taking a wee nap. Or taking a wee, and suddenly a bag is over our head. But what if it's done such that one doesn't know? What if it's a falsehood that is thrown over you? Because sometimes when things go over your head, that's just the edge of the hood. The edge of the falsehood. And maybe Donald Trump has nothing to do with the falsehood. Maybe Stephen Miller has nothing to do with the falsehood. But it's possible that they know. And in good faith, since Donald Trump and other former presidents and Joe Biden, since multiple presidents have theorized the return, and it was often laughed at and scoffed by people in news, and I think of Edward R. Murrow and his incredible 10-minute segment off the cuff about if we had actually seen a dawning of an age where the cowl of the falsehood was being indeed worn and resonantly casting hokum so one was in disguise in their own body. If that had come to pass, he said something to that effect, we would know, or it would already be done. It would be so smoke spoken that it would be over token. It would be gone before it had begun. We wouldn't be here talking about it, he said. But doesn't the smoke have to happen, and doesn't the faction have to gather, and doesn't a group calling itself Mom have to sow war for 50 years to remove human rights from more than half of humanity in America? I think that's how it happened. I think Moms for Liberty is at war. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is at war. I think that's why she allows herself to consider herself on the side of humanity. Because what she's doing would make sense if her lies were true. But good God, they've never been. She's always been a bloodthirsty Ku Klux Klan Karen of apocalypse. Sad, but factual. Lynch mobbers and cuckolds to the Klan and Handmaid's Tale patriarchal terrorists are seizing power. And so we, being the reality distortion fielding, all of us, we need to prepare to make neighborhoods safe, because our government is coming to destroy the regulation that any body needs to have to survive. If someone came and disabled my ability to control my executive function or to control my emotion, I would be a danger to people. I'd be a danger to myself potentially. Or I would be disabled such that I'd have to relearn things. How do I get through a world and hold a job, or be of service, or not be a danger to myself and others? We have to have a basic tenet of humanity. And if we do, then we have to stop the betrayal that we keep carrying out. As cowards, we betray Kevin Roberts and Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton. We betray people like Ryan Walters and J.D. Vance when we allowed them, as we have so far, to make bloody death threats and terroristic global promises of murder. When we allow that to happen as if it's a joke or just can be let to slide, we see that dark triad predators have found their way in. And we can't take the confidence of criminals as reason to let them have the establishment and loot. Because at long last, the false flag and white supremacist fomenting that was then blamed on Black Lives Matter, as opposed to appreciating the delicacy and difficulty of protest in an increasingly fascist America. We actually allowed ourselves to be convinced that Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Ku Klux Klan terrorist, was telling the truth about the Black Lives Matter protests. What poppycock. As if Bob Kroll, a member of Minneapolis' Nazi bike gang City Heat, would have something to say of anything germane. This man who called Black Lives Matter a terrorist organization and should be in prison today. And people across the country who have gotten away with hate speech about these things and continued impunity. But kindness come. The fact is that white supremacist patriarchal terror is based on lies and made as and through and to continue crime. And people working to sustain it and cloak the matrix, people like Ryan Walters and Ron DeSantis and Marjorie Taylor Greene, are the most disgusting and worthless examples of humanity that we have. They are a menace to liberty itself. They are a menace to human life and our habitat. They're a menace to God. They're a menace to creation. And that kind of apocalyptic lying for coercive power that is lasting for but a blip of all time and existence, to sow ruin to this habitat, to simply extract as quickly as possible a lot of Dogecoin or some insane Nazi fantasy. It has to stop. They're sending us rapists, and they are simply poisoned wool blankets. That is the destructive, horrific spectrum that they bring. And this is the virtue signal. This is not the only one, but this is the virtue signal. There's only something wrong with a virtue signal if it's false. And there's only something wrong with sending a virtue signal if you're sending a signal that's false. Fuck any Nazi or anti-humanity antichrist who tries to foist the idea that there's something wrong with a virtue signal. I say back in your therapy, clan boy, clan girl. If you want to shame someone for virtue, if you want to shame virtue, go back and confront what hurt you. If you want to shame a signal of virtue, instead it is time to confront what hurt you. Right? Right. Do you remember the sound? Do you remember the sound of music? Do you remember the sound of music? Do you remember in the movie, there's a song that they play. There's a song. Edelweiss, every morning you greet me, small and white, clean and bright, you look happy to meet me. Blossom of snow, may you bloom and grow forever. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, bless my homeland forever. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, every morning you greet me, small and white, clean and bright, you look happy to meet me. Blossom of snow, may you bloom and grow forever. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, bless my homeland forever. Do you remember the sound? Do you remember the sound of music? Do you know what this symbol means? It's not like the symbol that the soldiers coming into Austria and The Sound of Music use. This is a different symbol. This symbol means live long and prosper. After that, we'll put them in the pack. The back will have all of the casks, all of the grabbed, collapsed, grabbed. that smells about as fun as the craft we made out of molasses, the bastions of asses, exploding flatulence that pulls the past back from the past, the fireworks of the greatest dust, exploding all of the asses, combusting gas. Are we more than that? Are we not that ass? Are we more than a magnificent ass, blasting its caterwaul cataract, blasting massive attacks and catastrophic interruption of analog that might outlast. Are we that ask? Are we that ask? Are we that ask? That ass? Aftermath. I think we're finally at collapse. 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 Lapse is last. I think we are finally at a collapse, or a magnificent coating of a Kodak of hate, and we could make different freight. We could deliver the future of the human race, or descend into dismay. Erase your ace. Erase your erasure. Displace your displacer. Displace your displacements. Disgrace. I think that's the ask, that we simply mask humanity's task and be formed like bastions of pets, like pets were never more than a task we can get, a task we can get. Is anyone human yet? I'll have what she's having, I'll have that dope spasm. Is that a dance or is that the new human chasm? Is that how it happens? Is that dance or is that magic? Does that mage tell me how I should look? Does that chasm have elastic phantasm? Is that an orgasm? Is that an orgasm? And I thought only man has 'em. Is that woman happy? And are those thoughts in that head? Oh, holy medicine, holy dead. Holy dead, holy dead, holy medicine, open bed. No, maybe that ovum's not motivated to be taken out and be with me or be alone. Maybe I'll have the whole family, maybe all of their hope for free. I'll have what they're having, I'll have their whole home and all of their vacancies and all of their dreams and their new ice creams, their sorbets and sorbets don't freeze perfectly. Chill them, bring them here to me. I'll have what they're having, I'll take it and pass them. I'll pass them into the back of the ship. And Master Math has bastions of blasts, and aftermath takes them and back and teaches them new mind maps. They'll praise our God and we'll know they will never come back. And if they come back, we will have dispatched the home they knew, and so home will never come back. So let's look and take the last look, the last lapse, the last laugh. Is this Timbuktu? The last laugh to you and Timbuktu would prove. We're daft, so let's burn the mast. Let's burn the master who taught them to build this family famous faster. How did they make mastery like Timbuktu's pattern? I think we can scatter ashes in a pattern, so they will think savages had made all these mazes and just scattered victims of sacrifice. Ha ha ha, that's nice. Ha ha, let's make rice. Ha ha, it's a time. New spice, new spice, new spice. Let's make the whole night all right. Light the light, light a candle. Maybe we'll handle math. Think equal map that? Can we candle actual math? Just what did we just grab? What here was now scrapped? What can we sell out the back? These ships cross the whole Atlantic. We'll map. We'll take 12 million, more or less. If I'd guess right, pop me in the chest. I think we are finally at the whole cold frame of fact. We are aftermath, at last the cold cache of humanity's in back. Now we might be, all of us, aftermath. I think it's worth being aware that it shouldn't be easy to, even with preparation, improvise something that horrific and mappable directly to the crime of millions of dead and extinguished lives based on lies. One of the worst lies we're dealing with is that taking on whiteness is a threat to white people. Nothing could be further from the truth. Allowing white supremacy to continue to harm humanity is a far greater threat than the critique that frees white people from whiteness. We're not going to forget who donned the white hood of whiteness, but those of us who have worn the pointy white hood also shan't be forgotten for doing that crime. But in any case, let's take a look, because I'm light beige. I'm light beige. And yes, I'm white. But just like my friends, even a very, very beautifully dark skin, I have not met anyone who is actually black. I've not met anyone who's actually white, but I've met all kinds of beautiful brown people. I've met all kinds of people who all have varieties of tone and melanin and distribution and all kinds of eccentricity and diversity, because we are one massive spectrum of brown humanity. And I'm light beige or something. But we're all part of human family. And taking on whiteness and prioritizing not just making a false virtue signal of all lives matter, but if you hear that saying, prove it, or if you are challenged to do so, realize, okay, I guess I'm either caught in a lie, or if I do believe that all humanity matters, then I need to act consistent with that, or I need to confront that I'm lying to myself and others. Either we show up with that love, or we should realize we're not showing up with that love, and that we really, really can. It's not only possible, if we care about it, it's our duty to manifest it, or to be in conversation about how far we are from that. on my own path of finding that. I make mistakes. We all make mistakes. But what mission are we on? And right now, we need to protect separation of church and state from pedophile and rapist boosters like those in Oklahoma and Tennessee and Texas with patriarchal terrorist power. We need to be the reinforcements of love's imagination, because normalized terrorism and normalized hokum of pernicious falsehood threatens all human family and habitat that can continue to make us part of it. We can't unmake some mistakes. We can't unoffend something that comes to know us as enemy. And if our habitat decides it's allergic, then we're not even allergic to it. We're just no longer welcome. And why wouldn't we want to return the favor of creation or God favoring us with this existence in this beautiful place, with taking care of it so well that we feel like we want to stay? What happened to virtue that we are so ashamed to think of signaling it? Maybe we're aware that we have betrayed virtue. Maybe that's why we don't want to signal it, because we think we have broken it entirely. But if we don't ask for it to be, how does it dwell? If we don't make sure that there's space and hope and true building of virtue, of space for it, and of real invitation, we're lost. And so, in that place, I think, let's make sure to stand up to brown shirts like Nancy Mace. Let's make sure that when we see someone being a brown shirt, a holier than thou halo of thou kill 'em, we recognize we have a Nazi villain who needs not enabling but boundaries and help to stop being an antichrist. She is fomenting transgenocide. She is not aware that there is a tolerance paradox. She is a brown shirt. And the falsehood will tell you a virtue signal is faulty. An intuition is not real. It is actually your enemy. But we are reality distortion fielding. And we can make the goat escape. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of mendacity? And why would someone knowingly disseminate and make people believe a lie without protest? Why would that be desirable?
I looked out. The field was, it looked like 1.5 million people. I made a speech. I looked out. The field was, it looked like 1.5 million people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It does not excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer your question.
No, you did not. You did
Yes,
not
I
answer
did.
the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office
No,
on
it
day
doesn't.
one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point remains.
This was the largest ever.
I made a speech. I looked out. The field was, it looked like a million and a half people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It's
It
still
does
out
not
there.
excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer
No,
your
you
question.
did not. You did
Yes,
not
I
answer
did.
the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office
No, it
on day
doesn't.
one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point remains.
This was the largest ever.
I made a speech. I looked out. The field was
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of mendacity? Certainly the falsehood knows. The falsehood knows. Who has donned the falsehood? And what is it out there approaching? Oh, yes. That's not Burgles. That is a dark white craft. Pitch white. A pitch white ice glacier blade. Is it ice? Is it white fire? Is it a blade of white phosphorus? So hot it's gone solid? So hot it's gone cold? Or it's burning a perfect eye of empty vibration and heat? Of nothing? Who is that standing there at the bow? Are they standing on anything? Is it just a hole into the sea? Or into the hokum? What is it sailing through? Who is that? Could that be the bad ship of manifest destiny? Could that be the falsehood? I think that's the falsehood. I think that's almost undeniably the falsehood. How could it be anybody else? How could it be anyone except the locus of massive distortions in the field of reality? We have a strange and anti-coherent administrator of havoc, a conductor of menace. Do you remember the sound of havoc? Do you remember the sound of useless? Do you remember the sound of menace? Do you remember being told you and your friends and family and your children and your mother would be kept in suspense?
You have been warning at rallies recently that this election is rigged and that Hillary Clinton is in the process of trying to steal it from you. Your running mate, Governor Pence, pledged on Sunday that he and you, his words, will absolutely accept the result of this election. Today, your daughter Ivanka said the same thing. I want to ask you here on the stage tonight, do you make the same commitment that you will absolutely, sir, that you will absolutely accept the result of this election?
I will look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. What I've seen is so bad. First of all, the media is so dishonest and so corrupt, and the pile-on is so amazing. The New York Times, they actually wrote an article about it, that they don't even care. It's so dishonest, and they've poisoned the minds of the voters. But unfortunately for them, I think the voters are seeing through it. I think they're going to see through it. We'll find out on November 8th, but I think they're going to see through it.
But, sir,
if you look, excuse me, Chris, if you look at your voter rolls, you will see millions of people that are registered to vote, millions, this isn't coming from me, this is coming from Pew Report and other places, millions of people that are registered to vote that shouldn't be registered to vote. So let me just give you one other thing. So I talk about the corrupt media, I talk about the millions of people. Tell you one other thing. She shouldn't be allowed to run. She's guilty of a very, very serious crime. She should not be allowed to run. And just in that respect, I say it's rigged, because she should never have been allowed to run for the presidency based on what she did with emails and so many other things.
But, sir, there is a tradition in this country. In fact, one of the prides of this country is the peaceful transition of power, and that no matter how hard fought a campaign is, that at the end of the campaign, that the loser concedes to the winner, not saying that you're necessarily going to be the loser or the winner, but that the loser concedes to the winner and that the country comes together in part for the good of the country. Are you saying you're not prepared now to commit to that principle?
What I'm saying is that I will tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense.
How many of us thought of that as a death threat? How many of us recognized that that was a threat against the union that holds this democratic republic together? How many people recognized that he should have been removed from the stage that night? That should have been when we heard that there are actually boundaries and someone was doing their job. Chris Matthews was not prepared. Because we could only try to recover our flummoxed mind to understand what was happening, because we were over a barrel. Like Elon Musk jutting his neck near his new wife's face, dangerously to say on the dance floor during their first dance on their wedding night, by the way, I wear the pants in this relationship. That a dark triad, malignant narcissist will happily demonstrate betrayal to sow betrayal trauma and coercive talons into the heart and sensitivity of someone they have mapped holds great sensitivity. That a malignant narcissist sees the opportunity to extract and begins to create an attack on a Sudetenland, and believes that appeasement, like saying, oh, he didn't really mean it, oh, he doesn't mean he won't answer the question, well, that's terrifying, that no one in the room thought to actually take it seriously, because those words uttered are treason. He should have been removed from the stage. Are we back? He should have been removed from the stage. He should have been removed from the stage when he said, "I'll keep you in suspense. I'll tell you at the time." Because that was a coerced blitz negotiation. That was a blitz to say, I will not tell you whether I will follow the rules of the competition we are now beginning until far after I'm supposed to do so. In fact, I will tell you if I'll follow the rules when I win. I'll tell you if I'll follow the rules when I win. I'll tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense. There's no other meaning than to say, I have absolute authority. I'm in charge of whether or not that question is germane, actually. I'm in charge of whether or not that question gets answered today. And what we should have heard is something like, and the lights come up and someone says, Mr. President, you have 2 minutes. Mr. Trump, Mr. Want to be president, Mr. Will never be president. Candidate Trump, your candidacy has been rescinded. The Republican Party will have an opportunity to find another candidate, but you have made a terrible mistake to waste the time of a party you said you were loyal for and to, and you have damaged your own party. Unless, as it appears, you are a saboteur, in which case, who knows what side you are on. You have 1 minute and 29 seconds to leave the stage under your own power, or you will be removed. You are now an intruder on the debate stage. You have 1 minute to leave the stage. To affirm again, we briefed you earlier today. I know you know my voice. I'm right here. Yes, the one waiting. That's right. That's right, Mr. Trump. You have less than 30 seconds. Oh, is the time escalating? Well, it's good for you to know that you do not have absolute authority. You have threatened the United States of America, and you're going to leave the stage now. This is your last opportunity to ask for assistance. Very good. There you go. That's good. Keep walking. Come to the edge of the stage, and these agents will take you to a room where we will have a conversation. You see, one of those is appropriate. Because when someone treats America like a joke and says, I'll tell you at the time, they're telling you, I'll kill you when I want. And what we need to do is give them a drum roll off the stage. We need to give him a drum roll off the stage. We need to give him a drum roll off the stage because it's been a long time. It's been a long time since the good old days of 2016. It's been a long time. And not only did he threaten and tell us how he would do it, he did it. He kept us in suspense in 2020. And for almost 6 hours, he attacked us to hold power against the Constitution, against the will of the voters, and in terrorism of this nation. Holding people in suspense and telling them you have absolute authority and will remap where gravity is or what part of humanity matters, saying if we stop testing we won't have any more cases. Are you telling us science bends to your whim? Or if you don't care about people, they're not people and their deaths aren't real? Are you threatening that you will pretend science doesn't matter if you want? What variety or multivalent terroristic fragment grenade is any and every statement and act except to tell us that Donald Trump has absolute authority? That has been the Kodak all along. And that, sadly, that is how and why we have Kremlins. 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 Yes, the new batch is upon us. The new batch. The resistance is the resilience. Take care of yourself, but be aware that choosing to not see what is happening is how you support what the Nazis are doing and become part of the not see party. We need to be woke to be aware. Being woke is not a bad thing. In fact, anything that Elon Musk is trying to exterminate is probably something that the human race is wise to hang on to. Elon Musk seems to want to exterminate a lot of parts of kindness and humanity. And I can't imagine what he's thinking of when he says love is what we need, while preaching extermination of what he slurs as the woke mind virus. When wokeness is about awareness to community and justice and what's really happening around us, to humanity, and to being mindful, aware neighborhoods of humans living together, someone who takes it upon themselves to boogeyman and attach a sense of suspicion or of other or of evil to awareness and empathy, that itself is an evil act. If the mission of Christ gave us two directives, to love God and to love our neighbor as ourself, how in the world would people professing that they are at all resonant with Christ vaunt money and military and xenophobia when Christ calls for love across borders, humanity across borders, that there is no lesser person, but that lesser person must be lifted up, that the least among us is godly. That we, all of us, are part of the majesty and glory of creation. And our documents say, our Bill of Rights speaks of it, that we are all created equal and endowed with our Creator, by our Creator with inalienable rights that include and are not limited to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And murderous villains like the virulent neo-Nazi Stephen Miller are bringing havoc. And we must take these Kremlins seriously. We must realize they mean damage. Stephen Miller, speaking of a red state army, that this man here, Stephen Miller, who of course is known as M, Stephen Miller is a Nazi. He is the man who gave us kids in cages. He is a virulent anti-Semite, and he is known as M. And we need to be woke. So up and at M. It's time now to awake, to be up and at him. Up now, New Colossus. Up and at him. Because this Nazi, along with Tom Homan, and along with other pernicious murderers and rapists and rapist boosters and pedophiles and pedophile protectors and keepers of massive archives of child pornography and rapists 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 and rapists. These Kremlins are all displaying the basic gathering and initiation techniques of any bloodthirsty cartel gang or death squad anywhere in the world. That you have to see them commit a crime and put themselves over a barrel, or be known to be a criminal with a history of predation that makes them safe to trust as not loyal, but Trump loyal, which means Gestapo. Who has donned the falsehood? Well, I think it might be the Crinch. The Crinch who hocus potus. Who potus totem of hocus poem. This spew of all zones flooded with shit. This lying feces monger. We are in danger, and we need to be the renovation of this approaching occupation. We not only can be aware of Darvo as it sprays its venom, but we must be aware We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. And we can see in the dark. We can see without eyes. We can hear without eardrums, or without a vibration reaching our ears. We can map with our senses whatever perceptive array and information comes in, the tiniest detail, the absence of it, and in overwhelming stimuli and propaganda and hocus pocus, in pure hokum, we can still establish a substrate. We can use patternicity to detect reality and to detect the pernicious hokum and the trace and potentially even the person of the falsehood themselves. Because it is theorized and maybe likelier and likelier all the time that someone in the circle of Kremlins has information about who has donned the falsehood. We may be able to lure one of this spectrum of ne'er-do-wells and provocateurs of mendacity, these greedy grifters, these Ku Klux cucks and criminals. We may be able to prompt them to tell on themselves. And why not? Wouldn't that be best? Isn't the mess's own testimony of its heft and chest and graft of grift the best? Shouldn't we let them perform a citizen's self-arrest? Kremlins, the new batch. Now, we believe Matt Gaetz is no longer involved, but he is a reinforcement of the devil's imagination wherever he goes. He is a devil's advocate, as if the devil doesn't already have an advocate. Indeed, we are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. The fielding is real and the real is reeling. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. Aha, there we go. Okay. And I think I want to start this over now. There we go. That's where the music is. We are the reality distortion feeling. We are the reality distortion We are the reality distortion field. The falsehood will demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim the press is our enemy. To cry fake news, yet preempt remedy, displace false identity. We are the reality distortion field. We are the reality distortion field. The feeling is real and the real is real. We are the reality distortion field. We are the reality distortion. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual actually. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. The falsehood will tell you not to question, just believe. Falsehood can rob you of the choice you would perceive. We are distortion. Fielding the falsehood will tell you it's the one and only. The falsehood will tell you it's the one and only. We are the reality distortion fielding. We are the reality distortion fielding. The falsehood will tell you intuitions faulty. We are the reality distortion song. Listen to the voice that is telling you it may be able to help you see when the lie comes present. Because even if he only lies once in a while, it's good to be able to perceive when it's happening. It's good to know how to manage what can only be mentioned if we're aware of it, and can only be managed if we're not aware of it, if someone mentions it. If you see something, say something. If it's mentionable, it's manageable. What if the theories of some who have followed the path across multiple centuries of a legend of those who have donned the falsehood? Could it truly be happening again? I'm sad to say I think it is. I'm sad to say that in the spectrum of Kremlins we may have the brain antitrust. We may have the clutch of Ku Klux Kuks who, colluding with the Kremlin, have given the falsehood absolute authority. What if Donald Trump himself knows the identity of the falsehood? That could mean the end of human habitat. It's almost too much to even consider that it's possible Donald Trump himself has donned the falsehood. Could he be the cringe? Could he be the cringe? Could he be the cringe who hocus potus to a level of a hokum that choked us? Could he be the actual source, the originator of this breach into pure hokum? It's not actually impossible. It's not like I've ever seen Superman and Clark Kent in the same place that I can recall. You're a real card, Mr. Cringe. You're a real card. 6 the feet of separation. 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 6 the feet of separation.
6 the feet of separation. 6 degrees of separation. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. 6 the feet of separation. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Prepared people can plan and plan quick. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. He didn't mean to cause a panic yet. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. The Nazis lost in World War II. As Allied radar read their crew, and what we knew was probably due. The great American wall builder said, I know what to do. I can use you. Just let it through. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic yet. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. perceive a guardian to guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian to guard a tree and leave a stump. That's not what I call guardian. You embody a jewel trump. You're a real card, your father's son. You're a real card, your father's suit. You're a real card, your father's loot. It's not the thing you swear upon. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart will not abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's how your word becomes action. It's that your words an honest one. How long must you menace us? You do doubt the new Colossus. You're a real guard. You're a real card. You're a real card. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. Six the feet of separation. 6 degrees of separation. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. 6 the feet of separation. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Prepared people can plan and plan quick. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. He didn't mean to cause a panic, yet 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. The Nazis lost in World War II. As Ally radar read their crew, and what we knew was probably due. The great American wall builder said, I know what to do. I can use you. Just let it through. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Yet 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. That's not what I call guardian. You embody a jewel trump. You're a your father's suit. You're a real card, your father's loot. It's not the thing you swear upon, it's what your heart was. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart will not abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's how your word becomes action. It's that your words an honest one. How long must you menace us? You do doubt the new Colossus. You're a real card. You're a real card. You're a real card. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. Six feet of separation. 6 degrees of separation. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. 6 feet of separation. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Prepared people can plan and plan quick. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. He didn't mean to cause a panic, yet 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. The Nazis lost in World War II. As Allied radar read their crew, and what we knew was probably due. The great American wall builder said, I know what to do. I can use you. Just let it through. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Yet 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. That's not what I call guardian. You embody a jewel trump. You're a real card, your father's son. You're a real card, your father's suit. You're a real card, your father's loot. It's not the thing you swear upon. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart will not abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's how your word becomes action. It's that your words and honest one. How long must you menace us? You do doubt the new Colossus. You're a real God. You're a real God. You're a real God. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. Six feet of separation. 6 degrees of separation. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. 6 feet of separation. He didn't mean to cause a panic. You didn't mean to cause a panic. Prepared people can plan and plan quick. You didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. He didn't mean to cause a panic, yet 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. of separation. The Nazis lost in World War II. As Allied radar read their crew, and what we knew was probably due. The great American wall builder said, I know what to do. I can use you. Just let it through. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Yet 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. That's not what I call guardian. You embody a jewel trump. You're a real card, your father's son. You're a real card, your father's suit. You're a real card, your father's loot. It's not the thing you swear upon. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart will not abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's how your word becomes action. It's that your words an honest one 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. Six the feet of separation. 6 degrees of separation. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. 6 the feet of separation. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Prepared people can plan and plan quick. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. He didn't mean to cause a panic, yet 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. The Nazis lost in World War II. As Allied radar read their crew, and what we knew was probably due. The great American wall builder said, I know what to do. I can use you. Just let it through. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Yet 6 the feet of separation. 6 a stump. I don't perceive a guardian to guard a tree and leave a stump. That's not what I call guardian. You embody a jewel trump. You're a real card, your father's son. You're a real card, your father's suit. You're a real card, your father's loot. It's not the thing you swear upon. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart will not abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's how your word becomes action. It's that your words an honest one. How long must you menace us? You do doubt the new Colossus. You're a real card. You're a real card. You're a real card. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 degrees degrees of separation. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. 6 the feet of separation. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Prepared people can plan and plan quick. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. He didn't mean to cause a panic, yet 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. The Nazis lost in World War II. As Allied radar read their crew, and what we knew was probably due. The great American wall builder said, I know what to do. I can use you. Just let it through. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Yet 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. That's not what I call guardian. You embody a jewel trump. You're a real card, your father's son. You're a real card, your father's suit. You're a real card, your father's loot. It's not the thing you swear upon. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart will not abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's how your word becomes action. It's that your words an honest one. How long must you menace us? You do doubt the new Colossus. You're a real card. You're a real card. You're a real card. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. Six feet of separation. 6 degrees of separation. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. 6 feet of separation. He didn't mean to cause a panic. You didn't mean to cause a panic. Prepare plan quick. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic. He didn't mean to cause a panic, yet 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. The Nazis lost in World War II. As Allied radar read their crew, and what we knew was probably due. The great American wall builder said, I know what to do. I can use you. Just let it through. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't mean to cause a panic. Yet 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. That's not what I call guardian. You embody a jewel trump. You're a real card, your father's son. You're a real card, your father's suit. You're a real card, your father's loot. It's not the thing you swear upon. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart will not abandon. It's It's what your heart won't abandon. It's how your word becomes action. It's that your words an honest one. How long must you menace us? You do doubt the new Colossus. You're a real God. You're a real God. You're a real God. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation.
Will return. 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 Will. Return. Will. Return. Will. Good gracious me. There we go. How do we get that straight? Sometimes I don't know how I... There we go. Will. Return. Will. Return. Will. To believe. Return. Will. To hope. Return. Will. To perceive the falsehood. Return. Will. To foster courage unlike we've ever seen before. Return. Will. To foster the resilience. Return. Will to foster the resistance. Return. Will to foster the ongoing sustainable resilience of the resistance. Return. Will. Return. Will. Return. Will. Return.